Hello. Good morning. I really wish audio worked in the background of this game. All right, so we have 4 hours to kill until the live stream. So that's the plan. Started new drugs today. Like legal drugs? Your thyroid's messed up? Ah, it's unfortunate.
Tacos rule.
Hello? Buenas noches. Hello? Good morning. So yeah, I guess we kill some time today until the reveal, and then we go from there. Playing Ice Shot? Yes, actually. Slow but getting it done? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm playing one of the best mapping characters that you can be playing right now. I'm actually going to make a second Amazon. In a few minutes. So that I can have one to do all the bossing stuff for my friends. Because I want to go do some bossing content. But you look sick to dead. Pick up a lower res stick. Went straight to hell cows at 63. Seems good, seems good. Lower res is very strong. I know because I use it. Is good, very good, very good. No clue how this game works. I'm proccing off plus better. Good thing we're gonna start from the ground up in a minute and do a leveling run. It's literally Diablo, but it's as simple as like kill mob, get loot, go map, kill mob, get loot, go map. Like there's nothing fancy to it. It's just go map, kill mob, go next. Am I making a Blizzstork? I'm making a second Amazon. T-Fury, jab. So I can go bossing. You one of the cool kids? Be lame? Who's gonna get you an Annie, Bob? Who's gonna kill Diablo and get you an Annie? What's up? What about?
My brothers will not have died in vain.
I need a respect token, please. Please, God, you bastard. What's up, dude? What about? All right, let's dump all this shit. Farm it myself, you watch. You know, now that tier zeros have multiple attempts, it's probably doable, to be honest with you. You want to do my ancients for me? Yeah, I can do your ancients. Wait, make it in NA. What server? Any NA server. Sensitive for the NAEU. 20 years, dealt with on 300 ping. I wouldn't be able to kill them is the problem. Do you think of the angelic set? Like the ring and amulet? So I have attack rating? When I play this stupid new character? Ring, yes, amulet now. Fuck. I'll take the ring. If I could just get to like level like 50, I can run hell myself. Because I think I could put all of my gear on at like 50, except the helmet, but who cares about the helmet, right? We're good. Now we sit here like an asshole. Morning, good morning. Sorry, last night got a little crazy, and by the time I came back, everybody was gone. Cheers. I went to bed early. Reasonable. A buddy of mine was going in for a declone kill, and he got his declone kill, and everybody was like, oh my god, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna come over there, I'm on my way. He was like the 6th Sork, I think, to get it. I guess Firewall pretty good for tier 2. Had to solo get the little one off to school today, so needed to be rested. Welcome to my everyday. I'm sure you're used to it, though. Woke up this morning, had to get Dean up. Dean was like, Dad, please, I want to sleep. I'm like, dude, it's been 10 hours, get up. made some waffles, packed lunch. All the shit I have. I'm using the HIM filter, H-I-I-M. H-I-I-M. He goes down. Sometimes that's what you're good at. Just go down. Know what I'm saying? Bow chicka wow wow. God, if my attack rating was better, this would be easier. Can't we just get rid of the attack rating stat in games?
Or trash.
Where my essence? This cunt. Welcome. Oh, fuck. It's not in Australia.
Good day.
This guy said he said raw dog. Oh my god. Oh, fucking. Dude, look how good that fucking aura looks, dude. That black one looks like shit.
This place is eerie.
Oh, he's Meteor.
The caravan. Where can I take you?
Hello.
He's out of fucking mana. I know what that was. God, I'm so slow.
It is an honor to serve you.
I've heard that you... Good day.
Hello, good morning. Because I like my scroll wheel. My boy be struggling in Norm. Oh my god, I'm so slow. Chat, are we excited for later? I'm excited.
I've made them.
The Viper amulet? Oh no!
Hello.
I'm very excited. See the leak? Did you watch the leak video? The leak video looks really good.
Good riddance, freak.
Seeker.
Has you hyped? Yeah, I can't wait.
Good faith.
Good day.
Good day. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now we wait. Now we get to go into a bunch of public games with our aura on, and everybody's like, oh my god, what the fuck is that? Oh my god, this fucking thing is so bad. It's so rough.
Looking for
Meteor is a fun and balanced skill. Three meteors, Norm Dury. Yikes.
Greetings. You.
I don't have fucking endurance. Yikes.
Greeting, Geronto. Good to see you.
Greetings.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked!
Good day.
Hello?
What would this bring from the right buyer?
Back.
What up, Julian? How's the loot this morning? I'm making another Zon so that I can have one to boss and one to map. So this one's gonna be the mapper. So fucking this way, because I have some declone materials. I have two and five, so you're missing one jewel?
Good
Like a poison jewel? I have one. It's not 5/5 though. I have a 3/5 poison. Oh, 15 speed, 15 all res. Okay. Speed doesn't increase attack speed. Those are going to be expensive. Expensive. They're hot. One hiring isn't terrible. Could be worse. Can't get your Zod broken down? How much are Zods right now? Give you a jaw rune. Hee XD. Hee XD. River of Flame. My boy be struggling. The actual endgame is much more expensive? Yeah, of course. They trend up in value, I'm learning? Yes, Zod's only go up. Thought somebody related to you made a pose. A dude on the doodle looked exactly like you. What the fuck is the doodle? 3 open sock and Zandy's, 3 open sock and on Innocence Plague, and I'm not going for tier 2 kills. 3 open sock and Andy's, good fucking luck. You thought the middle guy was me. That's so funny. Maybe it is me. Maybe I got an office job. Maybe we out this bitch. Can do Anya. Can do rest later. Need to level anyways. Like I said, fuck Anya. Okay, I go level. Thank you! Fucking Balefire is an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. That is literally a fucking spoiler. Bale's so stupid. I make a post. I say if you're gonna talk PoE 2 stuff ahead of time, no spoilers. Fucking Bale goes, do you guys all see the wyvern form? Bale, shut the fuck up. No one knows there's a wyvern until you open your fucking mouth. $13 norm rush, not that bad, no.
Hi there. What can I do for you?
I think it looks fucking sick. It does. It looks really good. But there are people who don't want to know about it. So, out of respect for them, I need fucking a dream right now.
There is a plate. The order welcomes you.
I teach Balefire to do fucking spoilers. Oh, my buddy Half's on. I'm gonna beg him. Be like, Half Daddy, please. No, Half Daddy, please.
I shall purge this land of the shadows.
I got a level first though. So you got some time. I'm through Norm.
I hear foul creatures about.
you have Trist unlocked. No. Then come and get it. No, you know, why would you put points to enchant? Mention of clusters? It probably is. Why burn the respec? Can I get a morning lift crafting item and the influence items for the explode glad? I'm crafting dense and your video is a little brief for me. The influence items? Help! Like the experimental ones?
A strange looking tree.
Is that what you're asking about? For the barrack swap with the amulet?
Oh,
Dude, I don't even know how to begin to teach you how to craft those items, man. I'm like, not even trying to be like hee funny. I'm playing this forever and now I'm old and I need to play this again. You should, it's fun. It's a lot of like, take A and slam it into B with Awakener's Orb and pray. Especially like if you don't know what you're doing, making that swap and crafting that gear is going to be an absolute fucking nightmare.
not enough mana.
We could probably walk you through it if you want to do it while you're here today. But I don't have the time or the currency to make crafting videos on it because I gave away all my stuff. But we can definitely teach you how to do it. I just can't make a video on how to do it because I don't have any of the materials. What's he trying to make? Double elevated, double influence gear with life regen, resistance, and life. Can I Druid you go in PoE 2? I don't know. I have Dean next weekend, so I don't plan on playing much till Monday. So I might play a little bit on Friday, see if my parents will pick up Dean so I can play for a bit and like work. The correct answer is shapeshift. You think it's gonna be good? It's probably gonna be bait, man. GGG never like, and I hate to say this, but like they never make their new stuff good. It's always so bad, right? They're notoriously known for like new stuff that comes out to just be like actual booty. It's gonna be meta. Everybody and their mother wants to play Druid. What do you mean? You have a bingo card. I do not, but we can make one. We can definitely make one before the event comes out.
You have welcome.
No, we're so close! If it's minion meta, you know they're just gonna copy everything from this game. Come on now. When do I get another fucking arrow? Wrong place to type your hell game. If you steal an essence, a twisted essence of whatever the fuck it's called, think of your boy. Think of your boy. Are they that expensive? Are the bale ones that expensive? Your pay device saved me. I got so much good stuff in there. Should be switching to cold soon. My Nightwing corrupted plus skills. I might sell it and fall. How much? Wait. Your Nightwing. Back up. What's the minus cold res on it? How much minus cold res is on it? I have all the other ones. I just need the Bale one. About to buy this guy's fucking Nightwing off him. Hold on, back up. $10. Okay, how much? Not a meme offer. What do you want? Tell me what you're looking for. If he's too poor, I'll make a bid. That man said he's got a +1, -10. I'm so ready to buy. I'm gonna be real with you. Homie to homie. It would be fucking stupid. You will never see that item again to sell that thing. But I understand wanting currency to make your build. But if you're insistent on selling it,
I need mana.
I will happily make a bid. But I will tell you, homie to homie, a -10 +1, you will never see that item again. You just tell me what you want, though.
Not enough mana.
I also have a -10 with a facet in it. So if you're going to sell, I will include in my offer my -10 with a facet in it.
I need mana.
I think it's, he said 10 as in his -10 res. Am I doing a reload? Yes, I want a second Zon.
Deckard Cain, go to the rogue's camp without delay. Not enough mana.
My man's either head exploded when he thought about this Valk, or he's price checking it and trying to come up with a number.
I need mana.
My rogue. Greetings.
I'm running? Yes, sir. See, you get it. 40? I can't fucking turn in any of these. I'm just so tired of respecking back and forth to do bossing, you know? It gets old.
I need mana.
I totally fucking labeled this game wrong, and of course nobody's gonna join. Oh no, dude, I'm an idiot. Does Cold Arrow actually do damage right now? I know. I realized what I did. As soon as I walked in here, I realized what I did. I realized, yeah.
I need mana.
Cause I'm stupid. Lunch ideas? Starving. If I had money, I'd probably go get wings because Druid release and live stream sounds like it'd be a wing kind of fiesta. We're smooth sailing, like, as soon as we can get to Norm Bales, right? Like, we just put all our gear on at, like, level 40, and then we can just, like, self-run ourselves through the rest of it. I know! They're ridiculous, dude! Got a bacon sub waiting for you? Dang, dude! I also realized it's 10:50 in the morning, and this man be like, yo, what's for lunch? $10 wing night? We had one when I lived in Jersey. We had one of those. I haven't seen a place like that in a minute. Where the fuck did all these people come from? $18 for 10 with no sides or anything either. They're just like hee XD, fucking idiot. Skip breakfast and I'm starving, so I'm trying to get my order set up. Wings. Look at these level ones. Look at these level ones. I need 2 more levels. Motherfucker taking all the pots, he ain't even doing anything.
can't use this yet.
Can't even fucking use this thing. I don't have decks. I always feel so weird when I join one of these public games and I have this fucking aura on with a bunch of level 1s. I imagine they look at me and they're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? This is me saying it as nicely as possible. Just shut the fuck up and do it without telling people. Thank you for the bits, bro.
I need mana.
That's a new one. You like it?
Not anymore.
Bro, did you see? I made a Discord announcement and everything. I like, if you're gonna talk about the leaks, put a fucking spoiler tag. I gotta sit there and be like, Bale, shut the fuck up. The ethical testing clip. I want to say yes. Fucking wart's leg. Damn, we've really lost that guy. My guy came in with a Nightwing and he's fucking, we haven't heard from him since. The motherfucker be gone. Something about multi-boxing POE1? Yeah. What's the level range on loyalty? Pole tier dull. And Am's like level 11, right? Unfortunately, shrink wrap season, I couldn't be in chat. Hey, it happens, man. I was telling Guitaraholic this morning. He's like, I figured you wouldn't want leaks in the Discord. I'm like, I'm tired of playing nice, man. I'm like, it's time, dude. Motherfuckers gonna leak shit, we gonna leak shit. Motherfuckers wanna talk about shit, we gonna talk about shit. Motherfuckers wanna fuck your mom, well, just don't fuck mine. I'm about to host fucking drama TV cute dog style. Swiggity swoogity gang. Yeah, dude, ain't got no time to fucking Mickey Mouse bullshit anymore, bro. Calling an idiot, a moron, and a bitch. And if a bitch don't like it, well, stop being a bitch. Oh, we actually do damage now. Holy fuck. Rent's due. Rent's due. Lawyer fees are due. The whole works to do, bro. Here, tall am. Tier. Tall. Am is level 20 fucking 5. Lawyer fees? Yup. It's okay though. Maybe. Not dead yet. Oh, fuck, that reminds me. Awesome. I forgot I have to invoice somebody. See, chat, sometimes little rants like that doesn't make a ruckus and get GG. They'll keep happening. PDP yesterday with a stream. Now China public video. Gotta tighten down the hatch. I would bet the leaks are intentional. I don't even just say that as hee XD. I bet you they're fucking intentional, dude. $0.10 marketing strat. It's true. Dude, Ice Shot does so much fucking damage right out the gate. 40 chests of marketing. I mean, it sounds like it's gonna be fun. That mug's a vibe. Oh, you like my Disney mug? Holiday Disney mug is my favorite mug. I got it when me and my son went to Disney 2 years ago. I've had it for a minute now. When I looked last night, there's no... I put it at 6, went to bed, a lot of replies, so I just took it down. The only thing I have the real value, and you're right, I will tell you right now that helmet, I will tell you right now, I will be as dead ass honest with you as dead ass honest gets. If you sell that helmet, you will never get another one. You will never see another +1, -10 for the entirety of the league. You probably have the only one. As is clean, it's probably 10 high runes. If you puzzle boxed it and hit more than one socket, you win at life. You will get spammed out of your mind and people will try to scam you for that thing because multiple classes need it, multiple people want it, and I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't tell you that you would be fucking stupid to sell it. Like, literally selling it is the stupidest shit you can do. Granted, on the other hand, I will happily make you an offer that is lowballed as shit because I am broke. And you should tell me to eat shit. But I will openly lowball you because I only have lowballs because I'm broke. But from one homie to another, I feel like as the streamer, I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't tell you the God's honest truth. And I don't know how many of these other fuckers out there would tell you the truth that you're sitting on literal gold. +1 on a -10 on a Nightwing, clean, no, without sockets, is like a leprechaun decided it was gonna shit in your bed for fun, and then the shit, when you went to go clean it, turned to raw gold. And they said that if you fucking told people, it would turn back to shit. You know what I mean? I would just take the helmet down. I would say sorry sold to anybody who messages you, and anybody who asks you how much you sold it for, fucking ignore them. That's what I would do. And deadass, I call dibs. I'm guessing Ice Rune Ward if you're rich. Ice is bad. Puspitter is definitely best in slot. Puspitter with an IS corruption of 35% or better with 4 sockets is just unbeatable. On infinite levels. Whatever fucking person thought Ice was good and tried to do math on Ice, clearly fucking a dum-dum. Yo, good morning, good morning. So I'll hit 2 zips and another jaw. Zips and a jaw. It was Dark Melee video. He probably explains why he's using it. Yeah, go back and retest it, my guy. Do math. Nothing against him. You dropped 2 Zods and another jaw rune. My guy is fucking blasting.
I can't use this yet.
Yeah, I don't know. It takes 5 seconds. It takes 5 seconds of looking at Ice versus looking at Puspitter and realizing Ice is bad. Like, it takes 5 seconds. Lower resist is insane. Minus 46. Yes. Now I can afford cold stuff. Yes. This one's gonna be the farmer and the bosser's gonna be the leveled one. I just need the respec token for the other one, and then I'm gonna break my jaw rune and go buy BSSs and go make declone tier 2 declone attempts. Is the only item with life after hit on it? Silks has life after hit too. Silks the Victor has life after kill too. Got a plus kills corruption on my plus fitter. Cosmox only gave me 3, but I won't complain. It's almost perfect. Oh, it's on hit? Life on hit? Bro, wait, I didn't even know that. Plus fitter has life on hit. I did not know that. Holy shit, it does! Bro, and this one's got 25! Hey, yo! What the fuck? It's got life on hit? Huh. God, that makes it even fucking better! Oh, hey! How do you ever beat that? It's on hit. It says on hit. That explains a lot. Other than prayer? That's crazy. I thought it was after. I thought it was life on kill. Chat, is it 15 for tombs or 16? It's 16, right? $15? $15? What IS breakpoint? 65 with fanaticism. Dude, the EXP just stopped. What the fuck? GG. $28. Something here giving me dex? I don't remember. Not this. Whatever. If I have to respec a couple of points of dex, who cares? Hey, thanks for the YouTube video. Got it by Bozon. I'm just playing right now. It's my first season BT2. You said you'll talk about how to handle cold immunes maps in the video, but I couldn't find it. Can you explain it? Yeah, you have a merc. You're mercenary. You give your gear, you give giga gear to your merc, and your merc kills it. If I wasn't too clear about that, that's my bad. I apologize. But your mercenary shoots it, and you skip it, or you break it with lower res, or you get a bunch of like stuff. But it's mostly the merc if you don't break it with lower resist. That's why I think later on in the video I go over all the mercenaries gear and I like talk about the merc and the breakpoints and stuff like that on the merc. And then I like fiddle around with the merc gear because I like break it or some shit. The last few bow scalers? Hell yeah, dude. Next time is gonna be a faith. Yeah, just keep on hustle into a faith. Do we need attack rating? I mean, it helps. A lot of the guides don't put a point into penetrate, but I put a point into penetrate because you just get so many like plus the random skills that it gives you like a billion attack rating. You also just get a bunch of attack rating from the skill itself. I only have like 7,000 attack rating, and it's usually enough for maps. But like when I do like bail and stuff, it's like takes a couple of hits. And the one under dodge. Val? Oh, let's hang for the fire cold immunes. Oh, really? Interesting. So yeah, I'll level this guy and I'll like do bail runs on this guy solo until I get an essence. And then I'll respec the others on to bossing. And then I'll break my jaw rune and go by BSS and go try tier 2 clone. You max penetrate? No, you only put 1 point. You max Pierce. You get an essence then? Welcome to my world. Just fuck it, just re-roll. Fuck it, take all the gear off, delete the character, re-roll, XDD. Am I buying an almanac? God knows I want one too.
Yes?
You never get good shit out of maps. I mean, good shit is literally, and hear me out, RNG. Sometimes you get lucky, and sometimes you get unlucky. I want wings now. You and me both, brother. Finding shit in maps is literally about mobs per hour. Like, mobs. Like, just keep killing mobs, keep killing mobs. If you're not killing bajillions of monsters, you're just doing it wrong. Dingleberries! Oh, this guy dingling. Is it worth farming it? Yeah, sure, why not? Yo, thanks for the sub, holy shit. Went from 165 to 230k. Yesterday, I think my Zon's at like close to 300,000 kills. My other Zon. I mean, sometimes you just get lucky, right? Nightmare to keep from farming us. This is sick, hell. You do Nightmare because your character is weaker and it's faster. God, I hate doing tombs. Is there really not a better way? This shit's fucking the worst. I would like to vomit. LOL. No. Is this a new character? Yes. Just gotta get more people. It's the only way. Fuck. Can I run with you? I don't know if you can get EXP. I mean, you don't have to. You can just cow me. Let me just get like 4 levels and just bring me the cows. I'll suffer for like the next like 20 minutes doing this. It's fine. We'll be okay. Yeah, get in there, Barb! Kick your ass! Yeah! Look at him go! 1 full game worth of tombs at player 8. I'm sure when I hit 17, it'll also go faster. 2 box unslammed Nightwings on trade. Yeah, that sounds not good. That guy probably wants a fucking arm and a leg for that. I value the skill over the I value the skill more over the second socket. Wasn't my other characters on as well? Yes, I want to do bosses when I get bored of mapping and it's too much of a pain in the ass to swap the one character back and forth to do bossing, because I only have 1 set of bossing gear specifically tailored to an Amazon, and I only have 1 set of mapping gear specifically tailored to an Amazon, and I want to be able to, when I have the bossing materials, go do bossing. And I'm missing 1 aura. I can't get a top 3 version of the aura, but I can get the normal version of the aura. I mean, so look at it like this, right, Munts? A -10 is 2 facets, right? So anything under -10 with sockets is kind of shit, right? So if you have a -10 with +1 to skills, it's like the equivalent of 2 sockets. And then if you add a socket to it, it's the equivalent of 3 sockets. And if you add a socket to that, because you hit puzzle blocks, it's the equivalent to 4, right? So you just trade the second socket for a skill at that point, which is better. And you're already at -102% resistance, right? Between the 56 from facets that you already have, or 55, whatever, I think it's 56 that you already have. And then you get another 45 on top of lower res. But with 56 and 45, you're already one-shotting everything anyway, so you'd rather just have the raw skill than you would the facet. But if it's less than a -10% helm and it's some random shitter, then for sure you would rather have more sockets. At least that's the math that I did. I don't know if that's the correct math, but in my head it sounds correct. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. This might just be weed brain, but unless -10 2-second, any 3 socket will be better. Because it'd be 5, 10, 15 plus what's on it. Yeah, I can see that. The problem is, I think, like, no matter what option you take, it always has to be -10. I think. Unless you're just, like, accepting, like, maybe a -8 is like the cutoff. 6 socket, -3 6 socket is better than a -10 2 socket. Maybe I just harp too much on the fucking -10. Maybe I'm just too fucking tunneled on the 10. Which, I mean, is very reasonable, right? That I'm just, like, too fucking tunnel visioned on that. What time is the reveal? 2.5 hours? There's a fair amount of extra power. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Seven divs, no valuable tattoos, no shards, no sacreds. You, sir, got robbed. Total max? I see what you're saying. Why does Adam do 15 points to penetrate? I would max penetrate. I think Adam does 15 because it's 50% chance to pen. That's awesome. Trip was awesome. I'm glad, man. Captain Carl reminded me yesterday that you were on your vacation, and he says it's going well. I said, she's pregnant then. He's like, bro, she's not pregnant. I was like, you say that now. Don't worry. 5 weeks from now, Angie's gonna be like, guys, I'm gonna be a dad. I know how this goes. Honeymoon cruise? That's the baby making ship. I'm glad you had a good trip, man. Plenty of time to start and do a little PD2 before POE2. You guys go to any cool islands? You guys need to see cool shit? I was thinking some photos. Hell yeah, dude. Could you quickly show how to skill the passive tree with like a level 85 character? You never max crit. Max magic arrow, max cold arrow, max ice arrow, max pierce, 1 point crit, 1 point penetrate, 1 insight, 1 evade, 1 slow movement, 1 dodge, and then split these points up. I prefer more points into evade for movement speed. Some people prefer more points into fucking dodge to dodge, but it's definitely like dump points into evade. Hey, you're welcome. Also, Auntie, we're probably playing the most busted build of the fucking league, being cold arrows on. It's been a riot, dude. It's been an absolute riot. The gear is expensive? I mean, now it is. Not when we bought it. I dropped the quiver, the new I-87 quiver on day one of the league. Bought a pus spitter on day one of the league for like 8 world stone shards and have been cruising since. That shit is so expensive. There's also a bug on like the first 2 days of the league where quivers were dropping excessively. Quivers and bolts were dropping excessively. And the new item that makes cold zone so good is a quiver. And Senpai was like, yeah, so a lot of extra quivers are dropping. We're gonna nerf the drop rate of quivers. And I was like, all of you guys should buy this quiver immediately. And everybody was like, nah, the quiver's 5 world stone shards, it'll be fine. That motherfucker spiked to the moon immediately. That patch went live, that motherfucker was unobtainable. Bro, even pus spitter, dude, like shit corrupted pus spitters are like half a high rune. It's insane. There are like only 5 of them on the trade site. Supposedly quivers, when you corrupt them, don't brick. For 10 years, for 10 high runes? Supposedly the quiver doesn't brick. I don't know if you've seen the quiver, Auntie, but the quiver adds 4 additional arrows and cold pen on top of other shit. Brewcraft 100 on beta and break 0. I'm sure that gets changed. Cheapo Chem has left the game. Goodbye, Cheapo. Yo, thanks a lot. Sweet. How close are you? I'm 20.5. I have 5 legs ready. What a lunatic. That is fucking crazy, Paw. I should have grabbed legs too. Okay, let me know again. Yeah, I think if I've learned anything recently on Twitch, it's just fucking just let it rip, dude. How dare you? I was thinking if I wanted to like break your balls for having 5 legs, or if I wanted to just call you a lunatic. And I was like, what way do I want to go about this? I cow you 3. We'll see if these guys come. They knew! Oh, you're playing Blade Sin? Oh, Blade Sentinel, whatever the fuck it is. Wait, is Half going bossing? Couple of gear changes, Half could walk into Lucian and just fucking one-tap it. I would say the blue arrow with the clothes on goes hard. It does. It does. I'm very happy I got it. Drew told me that he woke up and he went into the fight and he one-tapped the fight. So that was terrifying. I also, if you guys didn't know, or if I didn't mention this, I got my aura and 24 minutes later, exactly 24 minutes later, another Zon came in 4th. So I literally got my aura by the skin of my teeth. I thought about that. I did. But then you lose all the attack rating. Cheat damage is good, don't get me wrong. But what about attack rating? Skills give extra arrows at points instead of breakpoints? Yes, that's true too. I did snipe the run last league. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Pascal didn't know who I was last league. He had no idea who I was, and he was gonna do it on Paladin, and he was just kind of like taking his time because no Paladins had gone. And I was like 20 runs into trying because my gear was fucking trash. And I was just trying to sneak into first. And he saw that I got it with like the worst gear in the world and his gear was cracked. So he literally went in. My gear was pretty bad. And he saw that I did it and he knew he had to immediately stop what he was doing and go in because once people realized how bad my gear was and then I did it, other people were gonna go. And all 3 Paladin spots went within like 2 or 3 hours. But last league, the Paladin spots went on like day 7, which was crazy because we're what's today, Thursday? So we're day 6 and everything's done already. now so the bosses are looking like a little joke. Jux did one in 2 minutes, 0 juves. Yeah, but that's because fucking Summon Druid's insane. Right? Like, there's obviously something really wrong going on with Summon Druid right now. Yeah, it's just Ravens. Ravens are out of control. It makes you wonder, like, did he know in closed beta how busted Druid was and just didn't say anything? Or if, like, he didn't know and, like, nobody talked about it. Some people think the tankiness got messed up. I think there's an issue. So supposedly, from my understanding, only Rathma is the fucked up one right now. And from my understanding, the bosses are sharing 1 health total, and it's like the equivalent of tier 0 or something like that, and their health total's not up to par. And I was told by a couple of the Oceanic guys, because I was talking to them, I was like, wow, Lucian felt really easy. And they're like, no, you're just giga strong. So supposedly Lucian and Clone are fine, but summons don't respect the primeval tag. Something like that. It has something to do with summons not respecting the primeval tag. I don't know the full details, but that's what I was told, that like summons aren't respecting the primeval tag. There's also an argument that because of the new AI pathing, that the summons are like just not targeting the other shit at all and just giga blast in Diablo. But I mean, I have no idea. How do you always know how many 0.5 or 0.7 is in World Sunshine Arenas? I keep changing. And I'm sometimes a bit confused where people know the value from. People just fucking, they. One World Sunshine's 0.01. Isn't it? It's 0.01. Hey, you take the Merc with meditation, Act 1? No. Decimals go hard. NA education, am I right? Which Merc should I use with Cold Arrow? I like the fire one for Vigor Aura. Thank you, you're welcome. Except Paige, it's a real bad attitude. The last girl that I knew that was a Paige, her and I were really close friends, and then she got a boyfriend, and then she never talked to me again. So I don't know what the hell happened to Paige. Kyle? You mean Kylie? Is there a Merc named Kylie? Oh, I gotta get the shit off my Merc on the other character. Thanks for reminding me. It's Kyle? Probably the best A1 with faith. Yep. Yes, sir. Forgot this doesn't have an area. It's 1 sec. Ow, 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 ow. Man, I can't wait to go sit in bail games. Hoorah! They still do good damage. Now we just get levels. Look at that aura blending in. Holy! That's looking spicy. I fucking hate everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we get closer out, I may have to TB for bosses and then get on my sin. As soon as I can put gear on, I can fucking pretty sure I can one tap everything. And like the gear is early. Like I can have most of the gear on at like level 45. Maybe 47 is all the gear. I ran hell last night for Barocho Bob, and it took like 45 minutes, and I ran through everything. I did all the fucking quests. I did everything for him. The problem is I don't think I can wear the quiver till like 60, but I mean, you just do fucking Nightmare Veil till 60, right? Like, big deal. Not being able to go to the maps until 80? Yes. Chaos corrupted? Oh,
Salutations.
jealous. Look at this raven abuser. One guy summon, one guy ravens. Fucking Sally leading the charge. Sally stabbing and shit. Good job, Sally. How's Sally know where to go? Sally, you fucking map hacking over here, friend? That was a straight direct shot there, Sally. Also, that fucking spear stab skill looks insane. This is where we die. This motherfucker. This motherfucker. Stealing gold. I saw you. Fucking broke my ass. He's sitting on a pile of Pokemon cookies. Dude, everything's solo. Senile old age. Oh no. Yeah, I was gonna do it all solo, but I was like, I don't have fucking time for Mickey Mouse bullshit. I just want to get it done. I just want to blast, bro. I keep delaying like making the mapper so I can have the boss there. And I keep pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. And I'm like, all right, I just gotta bite the fucking bullet and get it done. Thanks for my gold back. Tell your Lord and Savior Pokey I'm sorry. He said your Act 3 was not solo, sir. I told Bob last night, I said, if any of you guys need help in that crew, just let me know. Motherfucker's on EU West. Gross. $42, $45, $49, $45, $49. Look at Sally go. Bro, that fucking jab skill does giga damage. My lord. Fuck that act. Pretty bad solo. Power Strike. I remember Adam bossed on Power Strike one season, but when I went to go boss on Zon this time around, he told me jab. So now I'm like fucking wondering. All you need is money? Yeah, money was killer for a while for me too. Bro, all these guys are gonna leave soon. I'm gonna be cooked. Make loyalty? No. Purity? Thol? Handwritten gorillas in my pockets so I can answer questions tonight without making up names. Oh no. Fucking so expensive right now. What kind of torch are you looking for? Druid? Uh-oh. A good druid one's 3 to 4 high runes? Oh, boy. Just run them yourself. You're summoned. Just fucking get them bird bitches up in there, bro. Raven's giga OP right now. It'd actually probably be really easy to run your own with summons. You just like buy key sets. I'll make it. I don't give a fuck. Thol. I'm gonna make that and see what it is. F. This fucking thing does no damage. Buy key sets, sell on E for 4x3, sell, make profit, continue it forever, or a 3x3. Nodders. Wrong way, Sally. The problem is it's so expensive to buy the Black World Stones, and Annies aren't really like worth a whole lot anymore. So like doing declone fights is just like not profitable anymore. I've also decided after this league that whatever I plan to boss on is what I'm league starting. I'm not doing the fucking re-level thing. How much are stone in BK? What build? What build for what? His ring question, he's playing this. Playing Cold Zon. I don't think the mana leech works very good. Because it's cold. It's only 50%, and Pus Spitter doesn't do a lot of fizz. So, like, the leech feels really bad. I could be wrong there, though. But the only way that I found that mana was good was from mana per kill, which is why my first Pus Spitter, come here, fucking old idiot. Which is why my first Pus Spitter had mana per kill, and then my boots now have mana per kill. Why does D2 with POE reveal live? Why D2 with POE reveal live? What do you mean? What does that mean? Why are you playing D2 and the PoE 2 reveal is live? What else am I gonna do for 4 fucking hours until it goes live? There's only so much whacking off you can do in the morning before that shit goes live. What do you mean? Is this thing good for jab? If not, why? What's it missing? Plus the skills? Sockets. It's missing sockets. Oh, it has 4. So you have to compare, Spider, you have to compare that item to Stone Raven. So hold on, I'll show you. So the difference between your weapon and Stone Raven is you fix all of your resistances with Stone Raven. Right? And Stone Raven has, like, you put attack speed on it with jewels, but Stone Raven has just giga magic damage, defense, all resistance, +4 to skills. And then if you get it in F, it's insane. So, like, there's a world where, like, I buy an F1, or a world where I vial mine and then resocket it from the ground up, which kind of sucks. But there's a world that I do that. So just to give you an idea, Brew sent me his F1. Hold on. Did he not send me a picture of his F1? He didn't. Okay. Yeah, his F1's like 900 damage on the top end. It's fucking insane. What the hell's going on? You can always hold on to it, right? The other thing we could do is we can always hold on to that spider, and I can equip that. If you hold on to it, I can equip that in a little bit, and we can see the difference in damage and stuff. There might be an argument for that weapon. Enjoy your poop. Half has informed me he has to poop. Pretty sure I can do at least tier 0 with it. Are you gonna do tier 0? Wait, why are you using that to tier 0 on a Zon? Just tier 0 on your Druid. Druids are busted right now. Like, not even joking. Druid summons don't respect like the primeval tag and they just insta kill everything. Especially with 3 portals. Like, you could probably just walk into declone and just fucking do not have 0 gear on and kill it. I'm gonna probably try balls. Druid first. Okay. Tier 0 should be fine. It should definitely be fine. Just make sure you're just for tier 0, make sure that you're like 90 fire res. You need 90 fire res. And you need a source of can't be frozen or your life's gonna be hell. And you need some physical damage reduction, you'll be fine. Just focus on the 90 res part and you'll be okay. And then don't stand in shit. Otters. That's the hard part, not standing in shit. And then when Diablo does his laser beam, get the fuck out of it, bro. Because if you get lasered, you're cooked. Now I have 120-hour debt to my sleep schedule. That's awesome. Mechanics are gonna kill me. I can teach you the mechanics. I could definitely walk you through the mechanics when you're ready. Yoink. Base chart. It'll be next week for me at least. You're slow. It's fine. That's fine. Literally whenever. Can you Trist on your jabber? I don't see why not. Just overcap your resistances. Right? Overcap cold, overcap lightning. Just go and stab everything. Should be a joke, right? You should insta-kill them, right? Stop fucking about and get your essence. I need a fucking respec token. I have a 3x3 I want done. I need a respec token. I literally don't have the Bale Essence. You have a Bale Essence I can buy? I don't. You have 3 Bale Essences? How much do you want for one? Do you have your pus spitter yet? Sharpie? Or did you not get it yet? Not yet. I was just looking. All right, give me a Bale Essence and I'll hand you a pus spitter. You can have your old one, or you can take his old one. That's a good deal. My pus spitter is +3 to skills, mana per kill, corruption, socketed with a shale rune. Sure. Okay. Let me finish this game. Server down for anybody else? No. Your old one's a shitter? My old one's really good. It's a whole lot better than a Pale Essence. 2 skills, Demon King Slam, 1 socket. My old one was demon damage too. My first one was demon damage. With 3 sockets though. I bought that bitch for 6 World Stone shards off trade. Day 1 of the league. Actually, fuck this game. Sharpie, just go make a game. I'll come by it. Sharpie 1-1. He's offline for 9 hours. Yep, see? This one is insane. This one's also max life on kill too, which is fucking wild. This one's crazy. There you go. Now you have a juicer plus spitter. Thank you. You're welcome. What do I need for a clone? This. This. Literally 1 minute after posting, no reply. Of course not, because go fuck yourself. Is this everything I need? Need another ring. I think he needs everything. You want to bring me those 3x3s? Use your Annie for stats. The Annies don't have stats on this. Martial arts with life? It's crazy. Hey, yo, what up, man? What's up? What about? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3 in critical strike. 1, 2. Thank you. So we have 1 point there now. 2, 3, 4. I'm putting 5. I'm putting 51%. And then evade dodge. Mind if I ask you about POE? I mean, sure, go ahead. I think I just fucked up. I think I put too many points into other stats and not enough points in the vitality. Uh-oh. Yes, you can just get rid of that and it'll be fine. 22,000? Okay, we're definitely cooked. Oh, I don't have Torch and Annie on. $2,300, there we go. We need like super lightning resistance. That second line doesn't do anything. I had a juicer grand charm somewhere. Each point's useful. Yeah, you just take agnostic off. If something breaks, just put it back on. Where the fuck are all my lightning resist charms? Do I really have to go buy a large charm with fucking lightning resistance? No, I have one. I'm so under resist. I'm gonna get blasted. This will be fine, right? What do you need? I have no idea. I think I fucked up when I like respec, but it's too late now. It's fine. What I need is a black soul stone, which is why I'm doing this. So I can go get this stupid aura. God, look at that damage, dude. It's fucking wild. Bro, that shit's insane, dude. You are literally not playing fucking games, dude. Crazy, dude. Dude, where is this guy? Did I run past him? Oh, I didn't put the rest of my points in yet. Fuck. I'm an idiot. I have to put 9 points in? Into the dodge? For the break point? Is it 9? There, now we're at the 32 faster hit recovery point. 120? Run walk 30? We're a little slow on the run walk, but fuck it. We don't want to get fucking locked, right? I honestly can't get over the damage that this build does. And if I buy a Wisp, which I really need, I can do Lucian services for people. It's the only thing I'm missing from doing Lucian services is a Wisp.
How may I be of help?
Guys ready to watch me fucking lose my homies fucking 3x3?
I'll put that to good use.
I'm so ready, dude. Oh, I should probably I don't need to repair. Oh, nice. The guy's name is UHD. UHD. Level 8. He did it level 89, dude. What the fuck? My guy is juicing. Take a snapshot of Homeboy's gear. Oh, no, run! No, things to fall. Math, my boy! No, you can always reopen it, yeah. Yes, reopen, yes, you can always reopen it. Okay, can we talk about my damage for a minute there? Can we for 1 second? Shit. I think you can always reopen now in regular D2 as well. Fuck over capped resistances. Dude, this fucking character is so stupid. No, my mercenary, you bitch! Oh, I died. Now I can't leave. We're cooked. Uh-oh. Rip Page? For real, for real. I can't believe I died. I was shook. It's crazy. He's got greedy.
Impossible.
What are you doing? We'll wait for him to come get his torch. And then we'll go do declone. We have room for 2 lifers? This one for sure. Do I not have a 20 life? So we're going into clone with 2,500 life. Ooh, this one. Wait, that's not the right one. This one for sure. All right, I'm gonna give him a second while I run to the bathroom. If he's not back, we're just gonna fucking clone and give it to him afterwards. Hello? Give me 1 second, I gotta pee. You can get socks from fucking McDonald's. I gotta go get Dean some fucking Grinch socks from McDonald's, bro. Am I in US East? That's all she's been wearing? I had no idea, dude. I gotta go get them for him. He's gonna fucking love them. The second lock? What did the first one turn into? Oh, I hate doing this. You have one leg? Nice. Oh, I have to repair. My weapon's gonna break. Get down. Go.
Afternoon.
Dude, this clone fight on tier 2 always makes me so nervous. I don't know why. That sucked. I got greedy, man. Good morning. -10. That's fine. We got greedy. Grizzy 12-1. Yo. Yeah. Oy, 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 oy. All right. Okay. That, this. How to hunt me from behind? What I mean? All right. Let's try this again. Damn it. I suck at this, dude. I'm so bad at this. Well, that's 2 attempts down because I suck. You remove it? Yes. Yes, you can. I'm gonna buy another attempt. Fuck it. Sold! No. Wrong person. Hey, sorry. I offer 25 world. Buy 9, get 10. GTT 7-1. GTT 7-1. Thank you. Prime Evil Soul. Dude, they're so expensive. What the fuck? When did these things get so high? You have one for free? All right, I will come get it. I'm gonna buy an extra one just in case. What game are you in, Half?
Impossible.
Thank you. Why do I do this to myself every fucking league? I try to kill this fucking boss, and every fucking league, I'm reminded how fucking miserable it is. Rathma's worse? It is. It is. It is. I understand now why Adam just fucking kills Lucian and calls it a good day. Well, that would have been it. We had 7 left. We could have killed him. Ugh. Miserable, dude. That would have been it, man. We could have been free. Could have just been fucking done. And I got greedy at the end.
Afternoon.
Could have been free. Peepo free. Peepo free. Oh, why did I get greedy at the end? I should have just fucking potted. Hi, somebody wrote me earlier. Do you? I would like 1. Cause broke. It's like more health wouldn't even save me either. It just literally play better. Just what it comes down to. It's dead ass, just play better. Play slower and less greedy. It comes down, it all comes down to the second skeleton phase. That's what it's coming down to, the second skeleton phase. I take so much damage in the second skeleton phase because I'm an asshole. Potato 4-1. Potato 4-1. Thank you very much. I quit, dude. I played slower there and got fucking punished. Back to leveling. Damn it. Damn, there's no bail games. Damn it, I'm so tilted. Whatever, kill it later. I might just say the hell with it and just like do a bunch of tier ones. Like, buy the fight, do the fight, sell the ante, buy the fight, do the fight, sell the ante. The only thing I can do different would be get a Shaco with Can't Be Frozen in 2 sockets. And then I replace the Raven with second dwarf. Do tier 1, drop the unique, fund it. It's like I know I can do it. I know I'm trying to force it, and I should just stop fucking dicking around. It's probably gonna be one of those things where I just farm and try it tonight off stream, get it off stream, call it a good day. So you're not stressed? I feel like that's a lot of what it is. Just a lot of weird stress for some reason. I also feel like kind of lame doing tier 1s without having the aura. I don't know why. It's just like my own weirdness about it. Did Power my Amazon make? So funny. What I should go do is I should go fucking pull the save file from my Zon, load it into single player, and just go kill it really quick in single player. But I feel like practicing in single player is like a waste of time. There's like no pressure to fail. Back to single player daily. I am thinking about buying a run and doing it in tier 1, to be honest with you, and just doing it to kill it, get the Annie. Good afternoon, good afternoon. First Tainted Divine? So rare. My goal right now, though, is the live stream's in an hour. So I want to hit level 40 on this and then beg half to push me through Nightmare. And then at least while the Q&A is going on the live stream, I can like fucking level this character. Morning, hello. I've never seen a Tainted Divine. Oh, you mean a Tainted Divine Teardrop? I've seen those. I've seen a lot of those. Yeah, they're giga rare. Oh, I'm so mad at myself right now, dude. Zero mirrors, yep. It's 5 reflecting mists, I think, and like 4 Tainted Divine Teardrops. I should just buy a 3x3 actually. This is what I should do. So I buy a 3x3 and I get a shit torch. I can melt the shit torch and run Rathma in tier 1. What level are you? 36. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I have a feeling people aren't buying uncorrupted Annies anymore. I mean, unidentified torches. When's the cow corrupted zone? Is it now? $11.15. Oh, so it's soon. Okay. Worst case, I just do more of these and wait. Not a big deal. I'm so mad at myself, man. You guys don't even understand. I'm so mad. I really am. I'm so pissed. HS showing on map? What do you mean HS? Here's he showing on map? What do you mean it's showing on the map? Oh, showing it on the, yeah, I get what you're saying. All right, Half, what do you want to do? Do you want to do the rush now? Or are you going to do it after the cow zone? Every 15 minutes, there's a new one. Kev's available? What do you mean? You're gonna have your 40? Oh, I was just gonna say if you wanted to get the ancients to save yourself some time. I am 38. Not too worried, bro. I'm so pissed at myself. You don't even understand. I mean, you probably do, but I'm so mad. Do you want to join the next game so we can kill Guy? Bale walking 14. Did it fill? 36. I'm 7. Now level from killing and walking? Wait till everybody leaves? Let me keep an eye on him. Man, I really, honest to God, wish I could express how mad I am about those declone attempts. Like, it genuinely bothers me. Is it Diablo 2? It is. Yes, sir. Yes, more importantly, Project Diablo 2. Dude, how have these guys not found the throne yet? I'm literally messing around in level 2. That guy left. I gotta get back. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do. Maybe I'm just gonna fucking level this guy and then later today just buy 3x3s and run 3x3s on repeat. Get a bunch of black soul stones, sell the torches. If the torches are shit, fucking turn the torches into Rathma fodder and run tier 1 Rathmas. I'm like positive I can kill tier 1 Rathma very easily without fear of dying. And get the Tainted Worldstone shard and sell that for like super cheap. Dope. I'm gonna go make Trav 2222. Now, greetings, stranger. Cows are in 4 minutes.
I shall purge this land of the shadow. This place is...
He said, I don't have the fucking waypoint. Gotta finish the video, but since I catch you live, why do you ignore attack rating? Because you get attack rating from levels of skills. You really don't need it. Do I feel that that's enough? It was fine. You're only mapping, right? Like, you're not like doing crazy shit. Put 1 point there. Get this to like level 50. Adam invests into it. Adam makes a lot of interesting choices. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm not, dude. I'm leaving my decks right where the fuck it is. You can, I mean, if you want, if you do it and it feels bad, then like, yeah, go put points into it, right? But whatever. Hey, there's his stone. One time stone to Jordan.
The caravan. Good day.
Good day. Greeting.
Mantled. It's always mantled. "47 minutes, grab drinks and snacks now while you have time." Plenty of time. Gotta go get me them Grinch socks later. Their live stream's up too, which is wild. Get the boys some too so we can match next league. Corrupted cows? I understand if half bails on me. Boop. Now, greeting, stranger. Did I predict the final Druid form? More than likely. It says Atlas revamp. I guarantee, or I would bet money that they're gonna just ditch the whole Atlas system and the current Atlas system is gonna become Delve. And we're gonna get the old Atlas system. That's my guess. Are D4 and fucking POE starting on the same day? You know it? That's crazy. Crazy on Blizzard's part, they have the bigger IP. I know we joke XDD POE better. There's just the reality is more people like fucking D4.
Let there be light.
Casual dads play D4. Yep. And there's more casuals. D3 put a bad taste in my mouth, so I never even tried D4. Yeah, but there's less of you. D3 was peak Diablo? Oh, way. Better than D2 by miles? That's some rage bait. That's some fucking rage bait if I've ever seen it. PD2's peak Diablo? I agree with that.
Seeker.
Good riddance, freak.
Pre-loot buffs and removal of auction house.
I
Back when it was
how may I
hard?
help you?
They tried to make a hard game and it just failed. I remember D3 came out and it was great and I was playing it and I went on a vacation and I came back and it was a whole different game. I love how hard it was. Yeah, it was fun. I was trying to play a monk back then. A monk was like the worst fucking class. Too many crybabies? I mean, look at games today. There's too many crybabies. Nobody wants a challenge. Gear giveaways in D3? Poverty League from like day 2? Are we talking about fucking D2? There used to be a time when friends would tell me they're rushing sad days. PU and Breach League? Oh, thanks for follow.
This is.
You may not.
You have done.
Sup Warfork. They changed loot, made it easy. They made 0 updates for years after Reaper of Souls, except slight numerical changes. Yep. 6 hours and start paragon farming your brains off. For 1 stat increase in the same gear of vomit. Yep. It was fucking terrible. But people like that though, right? Like people like the simplicity of it. Right? That's the big draw to it, is the super simplicity of it.
Ah, Skatsim's reign is renewed.
And items were difficult to obtain. No, acing's fine. It's less about like, it's less about ease of trade, but more about the feeling of like finding things and having like to go out and find things, right? Like this game gives you constant dopamine looking for runes, looking for items and stuff like that. But like you don't get that in PoE 2. What are you doing? Trade? Farm the lines to get what? Because number go up, make PP feel good. No need to make div per hour. What's that mean? No other metric except div per hour. That's what a lot of people act like. Man, the myth, the legend. Thank you, sir. Wake up, homie. Am I watching the reveal? Yeah. I mean, what am I gonna do for the next 45 minutes? Sit on a fucking start and soon screen? He hates PoE 2. Did you see the guy earlier today ask me how come I'm playing D2 and not watching the reveal? This was like 2 hours ago. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do for hours?
Not even death can save you from me.
Those two guys need a room? Hey, man. Sometimes you just gotta, like, you know, show your homie a little, you know, a little, you know, no judging. Well, a little kiss on the cheek.
There is a
Back when Diablo, this game is back when Diablo had the best cutscenes in the market.
It's locked.
Oh, I want to go see what that guy's wearing. He was level 94. This guy's got a juicer fucking weapon. Remember just 33 more minutes to the reveal? The perk of Sleep Jacket Market. I'm in. Swapping this in for ancients. Hacking the mainframe. Hack the planet. Hack the planet. Log in to Big Boss.
The fabled home of the ancients.
Told him I don't know him. Yeah, you can't make any jokes in today's day and age. Give the man some gear. Thank you, sir. Did I get him his Christmas present? Twitch chat indeed helped me get him his Christmas present. I ordered him a Nintendo Switch 2. Are there really no Nightmare Bale games? Are you fucking kidding me? I gotta go when I get paid on the 15th to the store and go pick up some other stuff. I'm definitely gonna go buy some other toys and stuff for him. Made a god build last night. Listening. Poor half always eats it as a telly sork, though. Motherfucker just tried to steal my world stone shark. Get the fuck out of here, idiot. League of Druid Andes? Oh, absolutely. So many people were waiting for this. I guess, if I had to guess, I would say 250,000 people log in on opening day. I remember. Hold on, I retwitched. I was like, oh.
Oops. Did
Got
I
a 30 IS, 30 Crush of Blood, then Puzzle Box of 4, got a new Bolt, perfect roll, and Slam 2. Holy dude. So what kind of arrows are you playing? Or what kind of arrow? Yeah, are you shooting lightning arrow? Cold? Can't wait to play a lightning arrow druid? I hope the fuck that shit's not the case. CB Strafe Zon. CB. Crushing Blow Strafe Zon. Crazy. Probably autistic. Maybe. Grass makes my hands feel icky. Holy Christ. With a specifically slam ballista. Oh, okay. That sounds cool. Meeting canceled, boys. You guys want me to put on the fucking the live stream for now so you guys can sit and watch fucking 35-minute countdown like an asshole? Chat, how do I get the fucking PD2 options to open up for there it is, I got it. There we go. Boom. Boom. Last season they were fucked too though. Last season there was dead zones in all the areas. Can't even see the countdown because there's no good spot for this stupid ass countdown. And it's not, from my understanding, it's only Rathma that has less HP. The thing that I understand is that summons aren't respecting, from my understanding, summons aren't respecting the primeval tag. Look at your own system clock for a countdown. Listen, I'm aware of this. You're aware of this. But some of these guys in the fucking TISM aren't aware of this. They need to visually see the fucking clock so that PB feel good. You knew I would be on. I've been on for the last 3.5 hours. It's a weekday. Shapeshifting would give Druid insane buffs. That's really loud. Let me know how that audio is, by the way. It's also Thursday. It is Thursday. We're always live. Cyclone so you can spin to win? Did I do fucking 5,000 damage already? Hopefully you can play next some content on this patch. I hope so. Insane defense while shapeshifting? Bro, have you ever played a PoE game before? You know what's gonna happen? Drew's gonna suck. Drew's gonna suck and you're literally just gonna play Deadeye. Because Deadeye got buffed. Like, what? They never make the new classes good when they come out. This discussion earlier, yeah, we all thought Amazon was bad. Amazon ended up being good, but Deadeye was just better. Huntress was good. Huntress was only good because we didn't realize how good Deadeye was. And on top of that, yes, while Huntress was good, Blood Mage was better. Like, everything Huntress did, Blood Mage was better. Amazon did suck. Amazon, like, was fucking the third in the list of good shit. It did not suck. It should be fucking busted broken. It shouldn't be fucking not the most busted shit. You're gonna watch. I'm telling you, I'm calling it from now, dude. You're gonna play shapeshifting on anything but a fucking Druid. Everybody, myself included, is probably gonna start Druid and it's gonna blow ass cheeks. And we're all gonna be disappointed together. Chronomancer shapeshift? Yeah, Lich overall. Ban that guy. They're on YouTube. Sorry, boss. Don't actually ban that guy. The best tree nodes are crit, damage, lucky, more lightning. So you can torn the entire tree, take all those nodes, and literally travel the entire tree of the last crit nodes, and Blood Mage scales crit. God. Isn't that the truth? What Druid weapon's gonna be? Talismans, we already know. Everything's been, 90% of it's been, like 90% of today's live stream has been leaked already. Yep, we're fucking one-tapping shit already. Talismans will be the weapon, yes. Why is ice better than pus spitter? Well, see, nobody likes a spitter. And ice, you know, provides sexual sensation. Secretly obsessed with Druid Enjoyer? I really like Amazon a lot. I don't look for leaks. Yeah, that's why we told anybody who wanted to post leaks today to make sure they spoiler tagged it. Balefire. I'm only clicking Druid for content creation reasons. Yeah, my damage is fucking absurd. Thanks, Balefire, for spoiling this beautiful batch for me. Poor Bale catching fucking strays. Good. My stomach's in fucking knots, man. From my own stupidity. Spicy food? No, not being able to kill this fucking boss has made me so sick to my stomach that my stomach hurts. Actually. I literally tried to kill this tier 2 boss. I have the gear for it, I have the skill for it, and then I died at fucking 10% life, and I literally got myself sick to my stomach right now because of it. Entire Atlas passive, everything's gonna be reworked. They're literally gonna turn it into PoE 1. They're gonna scrap the whole idea and they're gonna bite the bullet on it. They're not going to want to do it, but that's what they're going to do. I got caught up reading a good book. I half forgot the reveals thing. I only remember to check when it would start. That's because you quit the game and forgot about it, but that's okay. That's okay. I mean, you could always watch the reveal later. What fucking wave are we on? Just watch it later. PoE1 and PoE2 should not be the same. I don't disagree with you. I fully agree with you. You know who doesn't agree with you? Fucking crybaby pussies. See the problem here? There's more of them than there are of you. And they bitch louder. Ziggy interview? Then I'll watch every streamer go over the patch notes? Not me, dude. Nope. I got fucking high runes to farm. I can tell you right now, I'll tell you right now, there's not going to be big, extensive patch notes. You know why? Because they're going to want you to discover everything and figure it all out. Like, they're going to redo the tree, they're going to redo the skills, and all the numbers they're not going to give us. They're not going to give us anything. "22nd Assassin. Ethical bossing." Dude, I really should not be one-tapping stuff in a fucking 66 zone at level 56 in an 8-man game. "57. We're so close to reveal. Ah! That was probably a good time to go pee. Oh my god. Some power somewhere. Lack the shoulder may have the power of tree. Uniques in POE2 are another discussion. I think uniques in POE2 are infinitely better. Many players think not being able to specialize in content and feeling required to do all the bonus content map feels bad. But at least keep the best parts of POE1 and change their ship parts. guy name in this game is Buttfuck. Look, chat. Buttfuck. We already have Act 4. Oh, they did, didn't they? And Act 4 is like delve related, right? Or looks delve related, I should say. My guess, and this is what I'm sticking by, my guess is they're going to delete the entire atlas. They're going to turn the current atlas tree into delve, or a delve-like system, and they're going to redo the atlas, and the atlas is going to be the old atlas. That's going to be the end-game change. They're going to give us back scarabs and all that bullshit, and the current atlas is going to turn into delve, and you're going to have this really elaborate delve system with the current atlas. Should have been that from the start. I mean, I give them props for trying something new. That's my guess. You have missed that boldness. You're the only one choosing to not be here to see it. You're in the POE 1 section, by the way? Thank you, sir. It should be updated now, right? The Twitch drop start, not yet. Not until the live stream goes live. It might have been wise, and like, I hate to say this because I'm a big fan of them creating their own game. It might have just actually been wise to have just made PoE 2 like an updated graphic-wise PoE 1 and then just change shit every league. Just be like, look, we rebuilt, like, you really just rebuild PoE 1 on the new engine, right? Imagine if they just rebuilt PoE 1 entirely on the new engine, deleted the old PoE 1, and it was just entirely the new engine and new client, and then just expanded it into PoE 2. That's what it was supposed to be. I know. I'm just saying, imagine they actually fucking did that. I need to farm fucking rejuves. Fuck! I wanted to refresh the timer. Do 110, I'll grab later.
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
Let me know if it needs to be louder or lower.
On Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Thank you, stop! Appreciate the 5 gifterinos.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Is it too loud or is it good? Yeah, look, dire wolves. It's literally Diablo 2 Druid.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost life and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth.
Cremation!
This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent.
Oh!
Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul.
It's literally D2.
Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
Skills from last epoch.
You can even use it with Ancestral Call.
I mean,
a
it
skill
looks
that turns
good.
you into the fire god Khal.
It looks good, right?
Everyone
Like
what the
visually
god
looks
of war
good,
would look
but
like if he was a bear.
Yeah,
Well, wait no longer.
it's just like whatever.
Finally,
It
build up enough
visually
rage
looks
and you
good,
use
but
one
it's
of the
like-
bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time,
Bro,
while
what?
generating even more rage to power your other abilities.
What? That's
true bear
literally a rip.
apocalypse.
That's literally.
Now, the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower
Fucking
attacks and heavy
Armageddon!
slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies,
It's
which land on the ground nearby and
D2
explode.
Druid.
If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your Pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you
Look,
have.
it's Direwolf.
So make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem
The
you might
damage
run
is low
into is your
because
wolf
it's a-
pack
it's a
dying in boss
showcase.
fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, cross slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the Wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic Wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
Well, at least we can freeze that asshole.
Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend.
Bro, it's so
Jump forward
slow.
into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons.
Do you see how slow that thing was?
If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your wing blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage.
Like walk-wise, definitely looks a little faster.
If your
now.
enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for.
Literally
But make sure you keep your
Diablo
foes
2.
at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
That's so...
Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage.
I'm not saying a fucking word.
Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
He said that looks so dumb. Oh no!
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges.
That's stupid!
You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning.
Spend charges?
Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. so it's pretty easy for the Druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast, but you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along.
Man?
And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks.
No, I don't think it's bad.
Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries.
It's not exciting.
Or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear.
Great, thanks, man.
There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
That's kind of cool.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
You can also allocate
That's this
Bringer
crit
of the
bonus.
Apocalypse,
That's pretty cool.
allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
We all know that skill's gonna suck.
There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of Foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
That's really interesting.
And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of Foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool.
It's 7%.
Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more
than
easily.
one.
Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell.
That did look
and
cool.
this time
That
is
did.
no exception.
That did.
So
That
let's
looked
roll
really
the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri.
It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn.
Adziri, Adziri!
The temple has many functions, and with it,
No!
chance to save
What
the
the
Val.
fuck?
A gateway through time.
No! Damn it!
Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits.
I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Adziri, Adziri!
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Val League, you will find remnants of the ancient Val civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Val may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Adziri, Queen of the Val. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Adziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Leraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Itzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Itzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
I think a lot of people are gonna bitch, but it looks really good. I think a lot of people are gonna bitch, but it actually looks pretty good.
Itzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple
Bro, it says
significantly
tier
to get
1.
to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Oh my god! 50%?!
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want.
That's awesome!
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. the Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Varl are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state.
What?
You might need to return to the Varl Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
That's kinda...
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Quiperlatal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Varl works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often.
Oh, thank God, dude. Remember
now,
Sanctum?
In each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Varl, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Varl herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
Blood Mage all over again, lads.
So, that's the Fate of the Varl League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
No, it's the same Atlas!
If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
No!
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. but there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses, but you can also make finishing an abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the abyssal.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Or make your waystone modifiers also apply to abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do abyss crafting on waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from waystones as well.
Oh!
This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular
that's
currency.
Sick! Okay, that's pretty
Even
good.
this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Veil does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying.
Thank God!
Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly,
Oh,
so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for in-game planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance, and we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load, and to address that, a lot of things have been optimized, and we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often.
Oh, look, the fucking
We've also done a pass
thing.
over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others.
Yeah, Adorned,
with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills, across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalguran packs.
I mean, I can tell you right now that
each tier contains the pack's full face value in points,
right? Like,
alongside
you just live
several
in
exclusive
the whole time.
microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect.
Yeah, you just live in
Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time.
Yeah, you're not getting it.
The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, 2-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vale secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
I'm like kind of like okay, kind of not okay, kind of okay, and kind of not okay with everything. Some of it's really cool, and some of it's like, anything worthwhile.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the
Some of it's
Q&A
pretty
portion.
good.
I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the VAR League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good.
The Druid stuff I'm not excited
It's been a
about.
great one to work on this one.
I feel pretty disappointed in the Druid stuff, but I'm going
only been
to hold
no time at all since the last time.
I'm going to hold my reservation about the Druid stuff until I play it.
Several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now. Hopefully, it's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I
that spinning skill is fucking. Unless it got reworked, hippie, that spinning skill is fucking trash.
Video
Yeah,
like that skill has never been good.
We're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
yes.
you know the like you know we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm just they're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand. Sure. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame.
See, at least they know, right? Like they know it looks like
so
shit.
Different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint.
Do we care about visually seeing?
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling with an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs
like
to be self-sufficient.
I don't want to stare at them.
But at the same time,
I want to listen to it, but I don't want to stare at them.
Between them, we're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
we were like trying to, this is not working.
Right.
Like,
I also
does
remember
not
like
look
for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe.
Yes.
Like I wanted to actually get this the feeling of like this is actually a different animal. Which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there. I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a
that's pretty cool.
Which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources the wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we
what a stupid ass response.
So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely
not
expect
GGG.
that. But yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, you know, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with
those problems are major focus. The ability to change wastelands from magic. I mean, I think a lot of us are like pretty what the fuck. I don't think you're the only person that's pretty like
to mix
like
that with
I
the
know
tornado, you
I'm
now
sad,
have
right?
both
And I'm
the
pretty
animal forms
usually
and the
pretty
spellcaster
like
stuff if you
optimistic
wanna,
about it, but that
get all of that together.
that also
so it's just a
bothers
lot
me
of that
too.
thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it.
It's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the like during our alpha testing and internal
especially
testing,
like Toda too, like what the fuck?
I want to be all forms going
like
between.
that shit's
there was
done.
I just
Like
want to be
why
wolf, I just
do
want to
we
be
not
bear,
get
I just want to be a
that?
dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as
no,
well.
they made it. They spent all their time making it so you can water fucking plants.
Into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I fully believe it'll come.
So long.
But I could have dealt without the Ed theory stuff or the Druid.
I'd say there's still something. Obviously, there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the...
I fully believe, though, it's going to be fun. Like, I don't doubt that in the slightest. I fully believe it's going to be a good time.
Putting extra things on the ground, and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support general. Like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Zig, you don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. Okay. There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this was intended. Right. And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? You know, so
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but
I was going to POE on for
whatever.
a reason.
They don't know what the problem is, so don't.
My tattoos are everywhere, but
people will know if it changed. And now,
God, isn't that the truth?
They'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket. The talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation? Just kind of like,
I mean, they deliver on their promises. They just deliver them late, right? There's never been a promise they haven't delivered on, right?
And I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that you know, it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we got leaks. Record,
no, Mark said
like bear lines.
So I'm in agreement. Mark did say that
guys, remember,
the tower changes came early, and in point 4, when we got the tower changes, we're going to be a big rework.
Three different extra versions.
But
it's
less about like they always deliver, right? They don't just sit there and tell you to to keep your thumb in your ass.
yeah,
They
that
do
was,
deliver.
What are those?
It's like they're
And you
kind of
really,
fifth thoughts, I
it's
think it shifts
unfair to
It
compare
almost
them
sounds
to
like- me, that's
Blizzard.
what it
It's
sounds like.
very
They're
unfair to
yeah,
compare them to
thinking of
Blizzard
something
because
like that.
But yeah, would it be completely impossible to record every single
Like,
line an
they
additional 3 times?
really
every
do.
character class?
Voice actors, everybody
Like,
comes in,
actually
you
do
know, like,
changes.
yeah, what?
Exactly. But yeah, effectively, every class.
I think it's
can be
very
an animal. It's exactly the
disingenuous,
same as the weapon structure.
disingenuous to
Ultimately,
compare it to
being a
Blizzard.
bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah, right,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique
but,
item territory for the future.
It often gets talked
Hire
about
them
like,
to
the
make
idea of like,
D2s,
why things like so
D4
weapon
yeah,
locked.
I
And
mean,
I've always maintained the position
they
that
should have
you
just
guys
hired these guys to
wanna
make
kinda
the
do that
D2
as much as
remake and
possible
everything,
initially,
and
then in
yeah.
the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, I mean, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious, like, cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes,
Sell
right?
the
I mean,
shovels,
you've
get
got,
the as long as the content at Ziri's Temple is hard enough to warrant
crossover, just
pushing characters, then it's going to be
have
great.
synergy between the different classes more easily.
I think that's going to be a big thing. As long as the content is hard enough to warrant pushing the shovel,
iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah,
there's plenty of farms. It's just not what you want, right? There's definitely plenty of good farms.
It's interesting actually those ones because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strengthened, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength Int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the Strength Int side. But that's been fun though because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something.
Oh god!
Like, I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the rangers' plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like, I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Right, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, by increasing shock chance and stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah,
them fucking saying about how they took shit from the other games.
Yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there.
I haven't found anything yet about I'm doing all the skill quests on all the other zones, so I can go to hell.
Harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like what animal is ranged. Like it's not really there's like it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, you know, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
you know, it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cooler.
for my slight disingenuousness. I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas like if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like, you know, wings to, something defensive for block or something for, hard carapace maybe.
I like the idea that it's defensive. I think that's pretty cool.
I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds?
Yeah, totally.
That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly POE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that that we've added, but it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and, obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying, I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there.
Armor, energy shield.
Based on
where's the life?
PoE one's, is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But, you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same, like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But, yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is...
We have no,
embracing the animal ferocity, where it, like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers,
Thank you.
like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get
only blue light buffs. Is that because Mark didn't know the name of the
a few
thing?
things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. You know, it's like, what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
he doesn't say
nice
life.
Finally
He never
have
said life.
a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this oracle class. Like, I saw the shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expect. But then I saw the oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passives.
So far.
Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun
because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's
really
the
is
best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, I really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
what a fucking lore!
That fits PoE.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, to, as designers, to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like, we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives. And every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine, you know. You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So,
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just look. There's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So you know, like,
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret abyssal lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual a secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to
do more of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned. out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to
I like
game
the
that are fun.
secrets.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively...
No! Is it my internet?
So we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swap. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
They're not connected. Like they
not
don't
at all,
have
right?
to be, right?
Exactly.
They're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. That was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat. Going on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the League. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic secondary 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those, where for like each act we're like, in like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin and stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
The PoE 1 style, betrayal basement. You just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, this makes sense. I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing. Yeah,
okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it became a lot better, but I still don't think we quite.
40% less density because the druids. I would rather there be more monsters.
You really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like post release.
I want to kill shit, dude.
The amount of content you need for a league, like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because you sort of shows you what we can do when we.
I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because
I get there's 40% more loot from monsters you kill, but like
so
we want
when I
monsters.
initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we like, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like there are so many new rewards and things in just
empty
just in the
space
temple.
feels
It's
bad.
crazy.
It does.
There's a lot there. Like certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say it.
So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. Then everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made look really awesome. But that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so
Bro, I'm just gonna stream it, right? I'll puzzle box it too, see what happens. I heard you mention the Puzzle bro. I got mine for 0.5 with 40 hours grub.
Like little
Puzzle
metagame
box
things, just that
3,
dungeon design
nice.
thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
yeah, it's
sending a slash. I need
really fun.
skillers. I'm literally level 72, and a buddy is teleporting hell for me so I can save time.
It's just a good time.
And I literally one-tap everything in hell at 72.
A temple, you run it like it's a really small one at the first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like, does it like fully reset at some point? Like, for example, when you kill at Zeri or
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of, I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just... that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play, so it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that, then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play, when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that, you're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill at Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah,
and we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps. And then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
Oh, 60's a lot.
If you want, or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple.
It's just gonna be one of those things that we see what happens when it comes out, right?
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from POE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but the thing with the killing architect and at Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on POE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or it could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. You've already
thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well, so yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if you, again,
The thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully. But
Furry lightning arrow logged in.
Yeah, so you've made the
I think it's going to be one of those things that we have to play too.
An itemizable thing you can just take away and sell.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things that just like feels better when we play it.
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things you can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards.
I did a bunch of D20 times today. It fucking failed at 10%. I want to vomit. I made myself so sick to my stomach earlier.
We're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the tempo, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Varlobs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where
fucking annoying, dude.
It's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple we it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah, it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice. Perfect.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do. And we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels or bin Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing.
But 50% to delete the item sounds terrible.
Here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE 1, you never Varlorb gear. Well, I don't want to say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it to when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right. So yeah, you have to Varlorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already.
Yeah.
And now
He
you're
said
risking
50%.
that, you're not just risking
He said it was
blank item on
50%
double corruption.
to delete
So,
the
like,
item.
It's a heftier risk now in some cases. Yeah,
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double
craft. Okay, cool.
That'll always be something.
Of the Val orbs there as well to kind of
I didn't want Val orbs to just. I mean, you'd still use them on like waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well.
We're gonna find out in like an hour and a half or something like that. I think
I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
not Adziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain.
And of course, lock the double. I doubt it.
Basically, what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's still sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod.
I really want to know what's going to happen to.
You can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like
incompatible item
infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader. Now
why are they on? Why is Reddit on fire? What is there to be upset about?
Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
A lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like,
let's start with nothing
the mythic
on
uniques, the
PoE1?
rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean,
and
you've also got the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level, and I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, We'll see how it goes, hopefully, and
You
it's
guys
the
see
kind of
that
thing where even
giant
if we don't,
fucking pimple
obviously
in the
these
middle of
leagues end
Mark's
up
forehead?
often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we're.
Is it bad that every time I like look over at them talking, I just see
hopefully
this
that's
giant
fun, and then you
fucking
get the
pimple
cool things, you just get
in the
this
middle of his
really,
fucking
I
forehead.
assume you're going to get some that have these. You would replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two, because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact like, holy, this unique just went from being worth something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't
That's
happen, I'll
so
be a bit sad.
funny.
But we'll try.
They come out the same
you can
day.
never know with
Yeah.
these things for sure.
I mean, you
this includes
could.
the new Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the
Yep,
line.
Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, bunch
I
of
mean,
stuff. So.
Druid doesn't excite me as much, but the Adziri stuff is very
we'll
exciting.
be always adding more value uniques.
Right.
So yes,
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss the idea of Val's skill gems? It feels weird to add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability. In some
But they
sense,
did
So
say,
it's like
they
we're kind
did
of
say
doing
that
in our
Druid
normal
does
games at
look
this point,
bad,
so
and
it
they're
doesn't
like,
really
we fucked
quite
up.
make sense
We have
to
new
do it
footage.
here.
It'll look better.
It's like the glory on the scales.
Glory
is kind of
They did say that.
That's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now, that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch we'll return to that again.
All right.
Like Abyssal Lich? Oh, I bet you with the fucking modifying the body parts,
just
yeah.
A brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new acts, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? On that?
We don't have anything to say at
yet.
the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of.
Did he just fucking
things where it's
6'7"?
when we're gonna do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the Delirium Fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, so that was the first thing to solve. And it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying. We only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not not particularly great. The first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we're kind of we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide.
How are we feeling? Something that's really
we
cool.
decided to go with no leagues do because I think that it's probably just less busy work, less annoying. If every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're from this point on, just Waystones, they all get regular, they'll have the regular crafting with just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then, of course, the question was, well, how can we make sure that we're not doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, how can we get back the, the power you had? So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more end game for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal, like you don't have an immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to end game later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
He said.
So, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in public? Which has been pretty successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want
to do. We're bit of trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
we obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. Yeah. It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and so I do want to put people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything just in case. You never know.
There's also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
but yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So. That will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. Right. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but it's still mostally unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing. Now I'm going to farm. The moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly we spoke about.
Wait, did I just get a bunch of subs while my alerts were off? What the fuck?
That whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues.
No, my alerts were off.
Pastes from PoE 1. Was
fucking
not our
the
end goal,
thing.
You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly need to be.
Holy! Thanks for all the subs.
Up the epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming.
There's a lot.
And then just general upgrades
what
to the leagues.
Fuck?
Like some of them are too.
Yeah, I think the subs are the best.
The whole.
He didn't like us.
Good and others
no,
are just like,
it wasn't that. I swear.
And,
they were off for the reveal. I had no idea.
Via adding more content and different axes.
That's my bad.
Kind of so there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated.
You guys are insane.
And it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do. So we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit?
Now's your chance, chat. If you want a golden kappa for 24 hours,
and
bump,
I don't think
baby.
In this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off.
When you're on Twitch every day.
And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it. And then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah. Kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn, it was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended, so obviously fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps where it's like they have holes in the ground and like there's so much fog.
I mean, I never did deli on my map, literally because I was so sick of the gray.
It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. Overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we're having on the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. And because like
choo choo, homies, choo choo.
Once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just
can
go
to
the
your
fastest thing you
favorite
could do that is
place and spam Kappa with the sign of gold
by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there. It sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You are just now funneled into
so
the highest AoE possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE. You're still going to be wanting to be clearing like that sort of stuff.
No, thanks for another stuff.
Like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things.
I appreciate you guys gifting subs.
The sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable, and that should hopefully improve the situation.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. Yeah. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So
that'll be good for builds that don't have insane clear.
You can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like,
you are
though. To be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of alright, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on?
He's in shambles.
And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is. I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through just decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. Okay. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, we did get to see a little bit out of Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding
thank you
than
guys
other content.
for all
so
the
we're trying to just
subs
make sure
and
that
the fucking hype train, y'all.
And what that's kind of ended up with
crazy.
regard to the Magic versus Rare is, like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like, killing a rare versus killing a white monster is, does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just,
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, in order to kill them, as far as like, relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things. And
those are great.
Really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even. And in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like, everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. And, you can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap. The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right. We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
So strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of meant to be like, look, you've explored at least, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about getting those last things. And
then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But that's a perfect example of, again, it's it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so it's
a good case study.
I tell people all the time, feedback's important, and they tell me I'm fucking stupid.
This seemed like
you literally just said feedback's important.
But I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this. Like that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. A nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters and I just had this random
good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is
Patches like it's sleep. I want to read patches and then go eat dinner.
that it's specializing your character more.
Yeah, that's where
like,
I'm
towards
at
what
too.
The bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together, like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind
But
of
they're
my
still
primary
not
goal,
for
but I
like
don't know if
another
you've got a different feeling
hour.
about any of that.
It certainly
You
wasn't.
constructive criticism that there's a possibility of distraction yelling at your stream.
I guess we didn't really
About the streamer
even think about
sucking
it
your
in a point of
concern.
comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to
Fuck
PoE 1.
it, I'm
was more just
asleep.
like what do we want
Good
gear
night.
to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean I don't. Couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally, the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that, and so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but and just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that
too. More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like,
that's
the more base
intentional.
stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and
that's
get the same
intentional.
without worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
Obviously
just one
that's
of the things.
not entirely base in PoE 1, but you have base life. Technically, kind of as in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So like the tree will just continue to evolve, and like we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that. Like we added more like ignite support on around the mercenary. For example, this time like as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's
but ignite sucks.
Some changes to like more prod speedy stuff because like we were like looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so like, well, how do you get that? There's not many, so we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just
was there a warrior igniting one-shotting everything? I did not
things
see
you
that.
can invest in multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. It's just like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot. How do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared.
Sounds
to
fun. Let's implement this.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function similarly, more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of.
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously, you'd do this. So,
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now.
Pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad quite a little time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons. And, you know, it was something where like you would, like you know, like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change.
I had to take a call. Did I miss anything?
100%. I mean, I know this. Like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was...
W's. All right, what I missed?
I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So, you know,
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a
Modernizing's gone.
Probably. Yeah. But yeah, like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but Yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand, but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular power. That still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. Increasing the mana cost, but
I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like that might be it.
And that's it. It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, of this inevitable, like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking the...
I hate that.
It's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't... I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damages the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want... Like it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you actually made a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. Yeah. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately we saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DP. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. Is it's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
Why not?
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing.
Yeah, tell them, call them out.
I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden. There's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value, but that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense.
What?
Like, we can't say like the number of the like. What? Okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff? Or?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works.
Didn't
right?
you fucking create the system?
Currency is increased. It isn't just that we just drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point.
I think it's just the tiptoeing around not telling people what it is.
So yeah,
to like
the takeaway is
give away their
Jonathan
secrets.
He's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it with in the mod pool.
Like,
and that's very, very
it's
difficult.
okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex
Jesus,
give?
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah.
The formula must be wild. It must be affecting so many different things. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with
loot seeds? There's definitely loot seeds. We know there's loot seeds.
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased. So they stack additively with the tree. So, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't aren't lightning builds necessarily. Nice. But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like, it seems like, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold was
but ultimately people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like, while it may not be damage directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to it needs to, or rather it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah. I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic. You have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there, then, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock.
Somebody just whispered
I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's even just that as a random thing. Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say chill isn't strong, not to say freeze isn't also obviously powerful. They will have their time, and they may have already had their I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. It's be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're playing their cold builds and it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging ailments, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah, it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. It is, as you said. It's just, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. It was such a huge change from a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. The combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. Definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall how good it was. Oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty you like overall where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. It's done. My character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And But yeah, I know there's other problems. Like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to give feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know. I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good, and so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, yeah, that's obviously right, let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added, so yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it,
yeah, okay.
for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall
you can barely hear them. What do you mean?
Cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah.
Should they be louder?
This craftings now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting.
Nobody ever said they were low.
Number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there. Yeah. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point, for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give, throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of the Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your 1 exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is
what do you mean?
The crafting changes.
What?
Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. We can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So, you know.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that you, each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for.
See, all these people that fucking harp on retention.
It's more about retention from league to league. Like what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyper-fixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, so long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. It's so good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? Yeah. What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got. And you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive.
4318 Necro!
Which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
Of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like,
yeah,
I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make something else a little smaller.
It's no secret. We're playing on the other monitor.
We don't like mandatory mod items on. It was that topic. Okay, cool. Okay. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that one that is getting
We've
some
done number
love,
buffs
I
at the
think?
very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague. And we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, well, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE 1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points.
Wait, what?
You know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead
that
damage.
seems
I think
insane.
it's damage defenses and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing.
True
so yeah, I mean,
deadlock in
that's
Pathfinder.
a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just
on our
monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class is kind
Yo,
of pretty
yes,
much
I'm
everywhere.
out.
In the thick of it.
I think the
balance.
patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like such a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. And specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says, will be in a post later this week. Or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
it's like doesn't count as well.
But it's
like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
It's funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. The end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made. Like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap has narrowed, and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing and you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision what would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, up
nice.
at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
they
were
like a long time.
That was actually for the huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time. And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time. But it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen. But, like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But, yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But, yeah, like, next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time, we will definitely have that. I know, it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because, like, the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it so I can
I know.
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah.
Controller.
I feel like the inventory. I feel like the controller to keyboard and mouse should have been like a very big priority.
It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it and, do what we want to do. But so, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like, we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean, that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but...
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
true.
true.
That's what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage was like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so the GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launched, just because, like the thing with multi-threading is that, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into the deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
It feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding ridiculous things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it, and as I said, already it's so much better now, but we'll be even better than that.
Awesome. Fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here. So
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore. They've got
the stuff. Everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
I don't know which camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
Look at all the cameras.
Right.
Do we have a link? Oh, I got him. I got him. I got him. All right. Bear form. Abyss to the core mechanic. Tailwind now grants 1% increased movement speed, 2% skill speed, previously 3, and less evasion. Tailwind nerfed. Prevents 1% damage reflected. Base unarmed attack time is now 1.65. Considered surrounded. Oh! Modifiers the number of enemies required to be considered surrounded can no longer be reduced to below 1. Oh, shit! Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0. This is mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting skills were 0. Okay, ascendancy changes. Deadeye. Wind Ward has been removed. What the fuck was Wind Ward? I feel like we need some sort of background music. I guess we can't get background music because fucking game. Wind Ward. 3% less damage taken per world. Fucking gone. Do we care? Probably not. Bullseye now requires called shots. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness. Previously 5. Oh, shit. Okay. Added new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, firing a range attack projectile creates a Mirage that uses socketed range attacks for short duration, then vanishes. Oh, cool. Added a new path-seeking multi-choice ascendancy passive skill that allows choices Path of the Warrior can allocate from the Warrior, Path of Sork. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path Seeker. Traveler's Wisdom now grants attribute passive skill, offers 5% damage, 5% global defense, and 5% cost efficiency. Elemental Surge reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 lightning surges. Surging Avatar reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge to gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. Ritualistic Sacrifice still a modifier, is a lot longer. Corrupted Life Force, we don't care. Imploding Impact now also grants fully broken armor you inflict all damage. Titan, Smith and Katava, I don't care about any of that. Infernal with Seething Body no longer grants while on high Infernal, you and allies gain 50% damage as extra fire. Seething Body now grants Elemental Archon when you cast a spell. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high. Lose Elemental Archon. Interesting. Whispers of the... Yo, there are no Blood Mage nerfs! What? No Blood Mage nerfs. Whispers of the Flesh now also grant target curse by you 100% reduction of life regeneration rate. Gemling. Thermitage now grants 1% maximum cold, 1% maximum fire. Interesting. Added later, don't you worry. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum thing. Invoker. Okay. And Protect Me from Harm now grants 35% less evasion, previously 50% less. Buffs, okay. The Soul Spring Eternal now grants meta skills 50% increased reservation. Oh, that's cool. Unbound Avatar skill granted by has been updated. Now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict elemental ailment when you hit an enemy. No longer has more than once every 2 seconds. Shocking Igniting grants 1... Wait, that skill still sucks though. Acolyte of Chayula. Embrace the Darkness gives 10 maximum darkness per level, previously 8. Into the Breach. Red Flames grant Leech, double mana. Purple Flames last 8 seconds. Spawn closer to player. Choice of power, choice of life, and choice of mana. Now also prevent empty fragments. Remnant pickup range. 4-second cooldown. Okay, so Chayula still blows. Added 250 new passive skills to the Druid side of the tree. The values of flammability, magnitude, and passive tree have been increased massively. All instances of gaining Flame, Ice, and Lightning Archon have been changed to Elemental Archon. The Hollow Palm technique now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion on equipped, previously 25. Oh, base unarmed attack is now 1.65, previously 1.4. I don't know if that's good or not. Probably not. The Walker Wild's Keystone has been removed from the passive tree and is expected to move to 90. No, okay, new lineage. Holopalm OP? Yeah, yeah. I'm buying something. What are you doing? Lightning rounds cooked. This guy's trying to fucking get more money out of me. Bitch, you whispered me. I told you my price. Crimson Assault Keystone now grants 50% more magnitude. Didn't see your post. Well, if you want to sell, I offer a 0.5. If you don't, all good. Thank you very much. What a lad. 2 new projectile speed clusters. Added a new bow cluster. Okay. Okay. Added new clusters between Witch and Monk called Remnant Attraction. Principle of Infusion now has remnants can be collected. The Grand Tribute Notable from Heart of the Well Unique Jewel now has remnants can be collected from 80% further away. Small nodes of the passive to the Grant Remnant. The small passive connected in-gating Rendor, blah, 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 presence. The Pure Power Maximum Notable no longer grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 int. It says it grants 10% more maximum. Oh, no. That sucks. Wildstorm no longer grants 50% more maximum lightning. It now grants 4% damage as extra lightning. Gain 4% damage as extra cold and plus 10 dex. That seems terrible. Crescendo 1, 2, and 3 are now intelligence support gems. Mark for Death is a strength gem. Gamble Shot's an int gem. Disabled Font of Rage. Disabled Ricochet 3. The Inevitable Critical Shot is a notable crit. Ziz is gonna cry. Ant's dead. Atuali's now grants 2% fizz per 20 life, previously 10, up to 40%, and no longer has a cost multiplier. Atuali's dead. Esh's Radiance now grants 40% lightning, previously 20. Zoth now grants, these are buffed. Olnatol's Embrace now grants support skills. Okay, so all of these ones are buffed. That's pretty cool. Now grants killing burst for 40 kills against random monsters. Grant 2 modifiers for 5 minutes, previously 40 seconds. That's pretty cool. Zakrov's now grants echoes 3 times. Now supported skills, whatever. Urok Smelting still sucks. Valentis Proportion increases reduction to cast speed. On Citadel, no longer has supported skill, 30% less effect. Techrod's Revenge now grants minions. We don't care. Rigwald's Ferocity has 30% increased attack speed. Wow, we got buffed! Look, chat. Ringwald's ferocity got buffed. Assault now grants support skills. Arjun's metal now grants 100% crit. Comes madness grants crit support. At Ziri's Allure, Garrikin's Resolve now grants maximum critical hit strike with skills is 50%. No longer grants supported skills are unusable after you move 20 meters. Also, no longer grants. Oh, they buffed this. This is good now. Also, no longer grants supported skills become usable after 20 meters. Supported skills become unusable again after use. Arakali's Lust. No projectiles can no longer support skills. Gain 4. Added no projectiles. Petty's Mercy. Chain 1 no longer supports skills. Chains now grants deals 30% less damage with hits. Previously 50. Skills. The frozen mandibles can no longer. This is fucking so wild, dude. I can't believe that. That's fucking crazy. Answer just dead. Buff Spectre variants. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce case in which players successfully use a skill but fail to hit. Ice fragments. Whirlwind can now take on elements. Acidic concoction can no longer consume poison. Freezing salvo now offered as a tier 3 gem. Wind blast ice tipped arrows is now offered as a tier 5 gem. Arctic armor now deals 8 to 12 at level 4. Previously 16 and scales. Why did they nerf that? This got giga nerfed. Ball lightning, cast on minion charge, comet. Fire infused comets, detonating arrow, disengage. Explosive spear, eye of winter. Freezing mark can no longer cause an explosion. Instead, the freezing mark target grants a buff that grants extra damage. Frozen Locust no longer deals 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds by something other than you. No longer creates. No! Frozen Locust, what does it say? Frozen Locust ice crystals no longer have a hidden less damage. Instead, they have a more damage multiplier. Monsters from the life of Frozen Locust ice crystals. This change has been made to make frozen crystals last longer ice crystals while keeping. Wait, so how do we create chilled ground now for Whirlwind in the beginning? Fuck, now what? That sucks. All right, Ghost Dance is like, whatever. Hex Blast now has 10 explosions per cast. Whatever, still fucking... Ice Shards, Ice Shots, Ice Tipped Arrows, Killing Palm, Lightning Arrow. With Druid skills? I haven't gotten there yet. No longer bypasses the charge up time. Instead, the burst caused by lightning arrow can occur every 0.1 seconds. Projectiles now convert 80%. Lightning Rod. The limit of activating Lightning Rod is only 10. Uh-oh. Oil Grenade, Perfect Strike, Rain of Arrows, Zombie, Rapid Assault, Reap. They buffed Reap. We could probably play that Reap thing now. Roll Amount no longer increases movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills, previously 80. Oh, fucking Fub Boys in shambles. Spark. Cold Infused Spark changed. I thought you said Spark was dead. Sunder, Supercharged Slam, Tempest Bell. Impact Radius is now 2.1. Bell Shockwave is bigger. It's pretty good. Grand Spectrums now roll 6% per socketed. Holy. Sandstorm, every second inflict critical weakness on enemies for 20 seconds. Muxuaddles. Muxuaddles goes to 333%. God, that's a lot. Adorn goes to 150 now? Struggle Stream. I mean, this, like, this fucking, it doesn't do anything with no sockets on the tree. Acquire the Storms untouched. Fallon takes 0% to 20% of damage from blocked hits. Interesting. Previously 20 seconds. Allroth's was buffed. Mind of the Council. Indigons. Defiance of Destiny. Defiance of Destiny now records 20 to 30%. Defiance of Destiny, big buff. Wrathpith nerfed. Some unique changes are dope. 0% roll. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. Your critical hit chance cannot be re-rolled. What? Cloak of Flames, 30 to 50 to maximum energy shield. Cloak of Flames now 50% fizz taken as fire. Lightning Coil, Vols. Existing items will not have this change. The surrender is updated. Oh, some of the bases were updated. Moira has 10 to 14 spirit per socket, 8 to 10 resistance. Oh, this thing got a huge buff. This armor might be good again. This armor might be huge again. Hyres? Oh no. Hyres Iron no longer adds cold damage. Hyres now gains 15-25% damage as extra. Oh, wait. Isn't this good? Isn't this good? 15 to 25% damage as extra? Queen of the Forest buffed. I think extras. Oh, I think this is good. Quarry of the Storm's Lightning Bolt skill has a 5-second cooldown. Ah! Gross. Non-jewel items that go into augment sockets have been renamed to socketables. Existing augment talismans. Oh no, they're all, oh no, they're all one now. Oh no. Oh, they're all one. Oh, fuck. A new modifier. The modifier bows fire additional arrows has been disabled. The new modifier to bows has been % surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Oh, fuck. That's crazy. That's insane. And a much higher base damage range. Sea Glass and a Coin Spirit have 1.6, and their base damage has been decreased by approximately 6%. Oh, look at this. They changed all the level ranges. Lesser Essence of Sorcery is 88% spell damage. Essence of Sorcery is 128, 188. The Perfect Essence of Battle now grants 3 levels of all attacks on one-handed melee weapons and bows from +4. The Perfect Essence of Battle now grants 5 from 6. Oh no. Maps can no longer scale pack size as you increase in tier. Instead, they increase non-monster unique modifier effectiveness. Arbiter of Ash can no longer drop Rare Corrupted. All tablet modifiers that would roll in generics. Blah, 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 blah. 6 to 10 per X size, previously 4. Okay, so they changed all the values of these again. Yeah, so they buffed them all. They're all buffed. Bosses now have anti-burst damage mechanic. Once a boss has finished its emerge or becomes aggro, the damage reduction period starts counting down. The damage reduction tapers down from full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses which cannot or barely move are shorter duration. Improve the visibility of fun. Okay, so if this fucker moves, he just immediately is whatever. Made various improves to Rogue Exiles. Re-enable the following Rogue Exiles. Now drops a blank Greater Rune. You can open a town portal in Olaf's arena after he's been defeated. You don't like that? The boss changes. Do they tell us about the druid? Like, do we ever get to see the druid skills? Or is that like not a thing? Preserve vertebrates can no longer drop. AI is getting cracked. Abyss has been added to the core game. Add an Atlas passive. Preserve vertebrae can no longer drop. That's interesting. Do they not talk about the omens? Okay, so none of the crafting changes are in here yet. They nerfed the surround helm? They did. I mean, that was really strong, to be fair. Data miner bust? Maybe. Yeah, I saw that one. That's a crazy change. That's a crazy change. One is fine. I mean, you're always around one enemy, right? So it's fine. It's a crazy change. The surround helmet got nerfed. A lot of things got nerfed and changed. Black screen mark manipulation. This is an accident. You have to go like this now. Go like this, like this. This. So you have to take bullseye to take called shots. Fucking gross. And this is gone. Just click Pathfinder? Probably an idea. Not a terrible idea. I mean, crit weakness isn't the worst thing. Yeah, so yeah, that I'm thinking, yeah, that this is gonna just be up here. So it'll be like tailwind, these, then called shots. The problem is this is so good. Like this double one was just so good. Bro, maybe you just give up tailwind. Say fuck it. Right? You just go like this and just give up tailwind. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to definitely be interesting. I'm curious to see how the patch notes evolve over the next couple days. Because we know by the time like next Wednesday and Thursday rolls around, it's going to be like massively changed. What's Wind Ward? Wind Ward was the one that says you take less damage per tailwind. That's gone now. Chat, don't forget to go into your drop section on Twitch and claim your dodge roll effect. Don't forget. It's in there. That's an important one. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get dinner, and then I'll come hang out. At least that's the plan. Chat, we're out of here. Thanks for being awesome. Thanks for the fucking hype train earlier. You guys are insane. I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm gonna go relax a little bit. Come hang out a little bit. See you guys later. I'll be back tomorrow when I wake up. And figure out what we're doing. Probably play a little more Diablo until we get closer to league start. But for now, friends, have a wonderful day. So long for all of you to say good night.